I understand that we may have objection as to the next witness, is that correct? Who are y'all going to call, Ms. Gwen?
We're going to call Chief Peggy Jane McGregor Mahan.
You got to speak louder. I got to get somebody to hear your name.
Peggy Jane McGregor Mahan.
All right. Going to be any objection to that witness?
Based on the timeliness of the disclosure, Your Honor.
All right. I'll hear from you, okay?
Your Honor,
Let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury still.
I believe she was the witness. I want to make sure before I make that representation, but I believe she was the witness, a witness that was disclosed on Sunday night at 4:45. Not included on the 11/21 disclosure, Your Honor. Based on that, untimeliness of it, I understand, I will represent to the court. I do have,
Is she while there may not be a formal witness list discovery, is her information contained in discovery?
in the 22,000 page documents, it is, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask this: what's going to be the nature of her proposed testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Chief Mahan was at the time over investigations for UPD. The investigation began with UPD, like the University Police Department. Instead of calling every single University Police Department officer, since she was the chief, we were calling her to go over the UPD investigation. Further, had she wrote a report? Yes, Your Honor. She not only wrote reports, she also signed off on reports, and she was the supervisor over all the officers who, on UPD side, who were investigating the disappearance of Jay Lee. They have those reports. She also took pictures. She also took the pictures of the search of Jay Lee's apartment, Campus Walk apartment. They have those. They actually have all of this. When opposing counsel refers to 20,000 pages of discovery, he's referring to digital dumps, like from computers and phones. The UPD police reports amount to 160 pages. Everything she did is contained within those 160 pages. And they have that.
Hey, Lee, I was told on it anyway. I just hadn't told her to scoot or yet. Everybody good? So no problem. Who would the state call as the next witness?
At this time, the state calls Captain Peggy Jane Mahan.
All right. Show her in. Take the witness chair there, please. You may proceed when you're ready.
Chief Mahan, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Captain Jane Mahan.
Oh, I apologize, Captain Jane Mahan.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what you do.
I'm a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department. I've been employed there for approximately 21 years. At the time of this report, I was the captain over administrative operations, which oversaw investigations in the crime prevention unit.
And were you, when you say at the time, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes. During the initial phases, I became involved. I was not involved from like the very first phone call to our department.
But do you, were you the person supervising over the UPD side or University Police Department side of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was multiple in the beginning, so were there other agencies involved?
It became a point in the investigation, like when Jay Lee's car was found, that we reached out to Oxford Police Department because obviously his car was found in another jurisdiction.
Make sure you speak up so that the jury can hear you and try to.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure. Okay. And so his car was found in another jurisdiction. Where was the car found ultimately?
I'm not sure specifically if you're talking about that it was parked at Molly Bar Trails at one point, but how we were notified of where the car was located is through the towing company.
Okay. So when you said that OPD, Oxford Police, became involved, it was because it was parked in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
Yes.
And was that at Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, Molly Bar Trails is in Oxford's jurisdiction.
Okay. So starting from there, we're going to go, since that's where you said that's when Oxford Police became involved, I want us to kind of start at the beginning. Since you were supervising and you signed off on many of the officers' reports, I want you to kind of tell us about the investigation. How did UPD learn of Jay Lee's disappearance?
Okay. Sorry, it's going to take me a minute to get through these. So on July 8th, our dispatch office received a call about a missing student, a call from the mother of Jay Lee. So when they took that initial call, our dispatcher tried to call Jay Lee's phone several times. Eventually, an officer was dispatched to his residence, which was located on campus at Campus Walk Apartments. Officers responded to the apartment and made no contact there.
So you said y'all got the call. It was like, it was a welfare check?
Yes, she had not heard from her son.
Does Oxford, or apologize, does the University Police have a procedure for welfare checks on students?
Yes, actually, we have a missing student notification policy because we answered to the Clery Act. But our procedures generally involve people call the person. We may call, we may email, we go, we try to locate them, talk to friends, people who they are known to associate with, and run down every avenue that we can. And we also, if we believe they have traveled into other jurisdictions, we notify those jurisdictions to see if there were cameras that captured a tag through that jurisdiction or whatever route we believe they traveled.
So let's sort of walk through some of the stuff that you did in this case. That welfare concern, did it come in on July 8th?
It did, yes.
And about what time did, you said they were calling, what time did they go check his apartment to see if he was there?
The report states around 8:30, 8:28 actually p.m. The officer went to the area, campus walk, to the actual apartment to check to see if they could make contact with Jaylee.
Okay, and did you all continue to try to contact him pursuant to your procedure throughout that night of July 8th?
Yes, the officers continued to try to check, and then on the morning of July 9th, around 6 a.m., Jaylee's mother called back to UPD requesting another welfare check because she also had not heard from her son throughout that night.
So he still had not been located
No.
around July 9th?
No, and at that time, the night shift lieutenant had the dispatcher initiate a phone ping to try to determine the location of his phone.
Okay. And then after initiating that phone ping, did you all do anything in relation to that?
To the ping?
Yes, like did you put out be on the lookout? Did you do
Okay,
anything?
so we requested the ping. They also continued to check areas such as the archive apartments, Homeless Motel. They continued to check, and at around 1 p.m. on July 9th, a be on the lookout was, I'm sorry. Okay, I see now. I apologize. Okay. So on July 9th, around 1 p.m., the officers put out a be on the lookout to the local agencies.
And what is a be on the lookout?
Basically, it's a notification to the law enforcement officers in that agency. It's like a stop and hold. If they see this individual, their vehicle, or come in contact with this person, to please contact our agency because we're trying to ensure the welfare of this person.
Hey, did you all, you said he was living at Campus Walk Apartments, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all ever get to see when he left or find out anything about him coming and going, if he was ever even there?
Yes. So later, by reviewing video, sorry. Okay, so Lieutenant Moore reviewed the housing camera videos at Campus Walk, and it showed Lee had not returned to his apartment since he left on July 8th at 6 a.m.,
So
around 6
I
o'clock.
understand you were kind of overseeing the investigation and directing officers and lieutenants, detectives, different places. Did you also have an opportunity to review the surveillance video?
Yes, later in the investigation, I was able to review the video of him leaving his apartment.
So you did review the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And what footage did you review? Like what time frame, what day?
On the 8th specifically, I know he left his.
Can you approach just briefly?
I'm sorry.
did you have an opportunity to review footage of from Campus Walk showing Jay Lee?
Yes.
What date and time did you review?
Okay, on July 8th specifically, at 4:01 a.m.
Well, first just tell me like the length of, oh, never mind. I apologize, withdrawn. So you did have an opportunity to review it? Yes.
Yes.
And how did you know it was, how did you recognize that it was Jay Lee that you were viewing in the video?
By his appearance, I had seen him before on campus. I knew it was his apartment because we have access to housing records, and that is where.
Make sure you speak up so they can hear you.
Okay, by his apartment, his appearance, and that was the car he was driving that was registered to him.
Okay. And the cameras that this came from, who controls those cameras?
The housing department on campus
At the
University of Mississippi controls the cameras. UPD officers, the investigations officers have access to view those cameras.
Okay. And the time, is the time accurate on the university cameras?
Yes, it's a time.
And you reviewed that footage before coming into court. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No, I have any objection to that. I assume it's exactly the same one.
Yes, it's the 401.
All right, that's gonna be, S5, is that correct?
Correct. Well, I'll have her identify it.
All right, go ahead, get her identified.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Captain Mahan, I'm handing you a jump drive. Prior to coming in to testify today, did you review the video footage on that jump drive?
Yes.
And did that video footage accurately represent the Campus Walk apartment surveillance of Jay Lee?
Yes.
Okay. And had it been altered in any way since when you first saw it?
No.
Now, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the Campus Walk surveillance footage of Jay Lee.
There being no objection, the court will admit it, and you may publish it to the jury. We watched you doing that. I will say I'm glad there wasn't no cameras at Ole Miss when I was here. I probably wouldn't be a judge today if it was.
Captain Mahan, you were just saying you reviewed that. What times are of relevance in this footage? Like the actual time of the when you see Jay Lee?
Okay, so it's going to be on the 8th at 4:01 a.m. You'll see him exit the apartment, and then in the parking lot leaving. You'll see him return to the parking lot around 4:39 a.m. At 4:40-ish, you'll see him at the apartment door going back in, and you'll see his final exit around 5:58, 6 o'clock that morning.
So I want us to start with the 4 a.m. When he first entered. But while he's getting that set up, what was Jay Lee's apartment? Do you know the number?
D302.
Okay. And I believe we're going to get to it. We're going to play it, and I'm going to ask you what we're looking at.
So, okay.
So who was that coming out of the apartment?
That is Jaylee. That's the apartment where the pumpkins are. That's where he lived.
And what time was this?
That should be at 4:01 a.m. on the 8th. And it should say it up there. I can't see it from here.
Oh, Your Honor, may the witness step down so that she can see.
You don't want to shoot at you.
Make sure you sort of project your voice towards the court reporter so that she can hear.
Yeah, okay. It shows you the date and the time is here. This is Jaylee's apartment.
Okay. And what was he wearing when he left his apartment at that time?
At this top.
I can't hear her.
Slippers, a robe.
Come on, if you would come stand here, this side of the court before you get
Okay. So slippers, a robe, a bonnet.
Continue to play it, please. Thank you. And where does Jay go?
Down the stairs out into the parking lot.
We go to the other camera view. And while he's getting that set up, what are we looking at? What is this video of?
That is the parking lot on the east side of the building. You live
That's the campus
Campus
wall.
wall.
Oh.
here.
And who was that just came out?
Jaylee.
And is that the one who just left his apartment?
Yes.
Continue to play. What's Jay gonna do?
He's gonna get in his car.
You can tell me what was Jay's car?
It's a black Ford Fusion with a stripe down the hood. Like a
What
racing
was,
stripe.
what was his tag?
Jaylee 1.
So Captain Mahan, does Jay Lee ever return to his apartment?
He does around 4:39 a.m.
If we could go to that interview. Okay, tell me, what are we gonna see?
You'll see Jaylee pull in and park facing forward.
Is that Jay Lee's car that we're looking at pull up?
Yes.
And who's that exiting the car?
That is Jaylee
Where's he headed?
back to his apartment.
If we could go to the other camera angle and show. Does Jay Lee ever leave again?
He does. At around 5:58 a.m.
You could please go to that next time. Thank you.
And this one you'll see he's like on his phone.
Pause it.
Sorry.
Pause it, please. So what was notable about, first of all, who came out of the apartment?
Jay Lee came out of his apartment, taking him his walk.
And what was notable that you said that we were supposed to look for?
He had his phone in his hand. And that's notable because he was, the lead has told us, he was talking with him when he left his apartment.
Objection.
He said something about the phone.
No, Your Honor, she was making reference to conversations, hearsay statements.
She could testify as to the investigation and why they did. She was testifying, it wasn't as to the.
I couldn't hear exactly what she said, so, y'all come around. Good with what you got there.
Okay, so where did Jay Lee go? At this time when he left, I think it was at 5:58.
To get in his car and leave.
Sorry, in case they could hear you.
To get in his car and leave.
Thank you, Catherine. Can you go to that camera angle? You get to pull back. Oh, Five, yeah. And is that Jamie's car?
Yes.
And can you tell what direction he's exiting Campus Walk?
In this video, he will go back toward Hefflin Road.
You can retake the stand. Captain Mahan, of course, this was an investigation into Jay's disappearance. So did officers from UPD continue to watch for?
Get that for you.
Yeah. To watch to see if Jay. Thank you. Did officers continue to watch to see if Jay Lee ever returned?
Yes, one thing I specifically did too is I contacted our housing department on campus. So your ID lets you into the apartment complex. I contacted our housing department and asked them to put like an alert on his ID. So if he ever came back to the apartment, an email would be sent to me.
And sort of explain that a little more. How do you get in and out of those apartments?
On that one, card access.
Okay, so you were saying that you asked the university to put like an alert on it?
Yes.
And what would happen if that was used at the apartment, Jay Lee's card?
I would be notified by email of it.
And per your investigation, the UPD investigation, did Jay Lee ever return to that apartment?
No, not that I've ever been notified of, no.
And was there any footage of him returning to that apartment?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
So,
Hold on 1 second. We got on the screen here, we got ESPN playing, and not that I'm complaining, but it might be distracting to somebody. In fact, if I get a good game going after a while, I may zone out on y'all.
so I want you to tell me about some of the areas throughout the investigation that UPD searched for Jay. Where did you all search?
We searched, checked the archives, Ole Miss Motel.
What is archives?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay.
Sorry. And it's an apartment complex that Jay Lee was anticipating moving to.
Okay. And just Captain Mahan, so you know, our jury, they may not be familiar with Oxford, so as much detail you can provide is wonderful.
Okay.
Tell me, did y'all check anywhere else?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Did y'all check any hospitals?
Yes, we checked hospitals, the two main towing companies at the time in Oxford that we were aware of. Checked the jails, checked Lexington Point, which is an apartment complex, Quality Inn Motel, Heritage Drive, Anderson Road, were some of the other areas that were checked.
And was Jay Lee located, or any footage of him or any sign of him located in these areas?
No.
And kind of explain for the jury why do y'all check hospitals?
Because if they're injured, or incapacitated in some manner, or anything could happen to somebody. They could not have their cell phone on them, or they could not be healthy enough to make a phone call or return a phone call.
Was there any sign that he had been checked into any of the hospitals?
No, none that.
And why do y'all check jails and detention centers?
Just obviously, in case somebody is locked up, they won't have access to their cell phone, and they may not be able to had a chance to notify their family members.
And was there any sign that he had booked into any jails or detention centers?
No, not that we were aware of. Nope.
As a part of the investigation, did you all speak to Jay's family?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you learn that pushed the investigation forward? What were you working with when you spoke with Jay's family?
Specifically on the 10th, Lieutenant Carradine and I went and spoke with Jay Lee's parents at a hotel here in Oxford. And The mom, Miss Lee, told us like he had an internship with Child Protective Services. He would never leave his dog Lexi alone. That wasn't his character. He thought the world of his dog. He actually had a sticker on his car about dogs. And on the 8th, it was his mom's birthday.
So that was the day was a significant day.
Yes.
Did you learn of any contacts that he actually contacted his mom?
He had contacted his mom by texting her saying it's your birthday. And when she woke up, she realized she had the text from him. She could not get back in touch with him, and she had not heard from him throughout the day. We also learned that from the mom, that Jose was one of his best friends, that Jay Lee was not on any medications or suffering from any mental illness that we knew of. And she actually let us view on her phone that his phone's location was still not being able to be seen.
And why is it important to gather information like that when someone is missing?
To try to determine their whereabouts and to determine as much as you can in the process to be able to find them.
And so is this all a part of just your investigation into how we discover where Jay might be?
Yes.
So I saw the apartment. Jay comes in and out. Were you ever able to determine in the investigation if anybody else lived there?
Yes, we were able to determine there were roommates. I think their name is Marcus and Jamie. And they had moved out in May.
May of when?
2022.
Okay. And so at the time, actually kind of describe the layout of the apartment.
Okay, so obviously you saw the door. So when you enter the apartment, to the immediate left, there's a laundry room. Then there's the kitchen, and then it kind of goes around from a common area.
We'll get into more detail later. More so, is there the student housing? How is it set up? Is it like they're all sharing one room and multiple beds, or?
No, it's like 4 rooms and a common area and a kitchen.
And everybody has their own bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so who was the only one staying there at the time?
Jay Lee.
Okay. Now, I would take you, I think we've kind of gone over some things you were doing. What time frame are we talking about right now? July 8th to like 10th? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I don't know that specifically. So, yeah, on July 10th, we actually conducted a search warrant of his apartment.
Okay. And was the dog there at that time?
The dog,
You mentioned that his dog was there,
yeah, the dog was there and later released to the parents, given to the parents.
So the dog was given to his parents?
Yes,
Okay. And so you actually conducted a search warrant of Jay's apartment on July 10th?
yes.
Okay, and were you there for when that search warrant was conducted?
I was actively involved in that search warrant. I took pictures during the search.
Okay, and would you recognize those photos if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Okay.
Notwithstanding my previous objection, I have no objection being interviewed even as a positive before allowed.
Since she's making a deposit, I think, be their best anyway. Go ahead and let her identify them and then mark them, okay?
May I approach the witness?
She does not have to identify each one of them. I'm okay with her. Okay.
Captain Mahan, before you came in to testify, we went through these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they do they accurately represent the photos that you took of Jay Lee's apartment during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the photos of the July 10th search of Jay Lee's apartment taken by Captain Mahan.
There's no objection, will be introduced, I think that'd be S6 as a composite exhibit. And what was the date of that search? December what?
July 10th.
I still have my previous.
I understand, it's noted for the record.
And I published the jury.
You may. Everybody good on the jury? Everything's great? Let me know, okay?
Captain Mahan, could you tell us what we are looking at?
Can't see.
Y'all good?
There's not anything over there.
I'm of no.
Nothing's in front of me.
I will say that this thing here is exhausted around on this button. We published things to jury before. I had, are you going to be struck to jury, buddy?
Yes.
Anything?
They're black now. Their screens are black now. They have the courthouse on the house.
I can see. Anybody want that? No, we got one. Right, say it now, right?
I can't see.
Keep that guy around, he knows what he's doing.
James is still not up.
Now, he's not up, huh? No. What about now?
It's black.
It'll come up in just a
It's,
second. There it is.
okay.
There you go. Everybody's working.
Okay, everybody good? All right, we got contact. Here we go.
Wait, has it been fixed?
I think everybody's ready. You go black? There we go.
Okay. Now, how do I make those arrows disappear? Can y'all see those arrows?
We can.
I think everybody see it.
Somebody's doing something.
There we go. Okay. Captain Mahan, what are we looking at?
The outside.
And make sure to speak up.
The outside of, is this thing even working? Campus Walk, Building D.
Okay? And just describe to me what we're looking at. What about this?
stairway leading up.
And these photos, tell me, when you're taking photos as a part of an investigation, do you have a particular process for how you do it?
I start with an outside view of the location I am going to search, and I take photos on my way to that path, to the location
So
that I
it's
need to search.
Sort of so we kind of be following your path.
Yes,
Okay. And where do these stairs lead?
up to the second floor.
And whose apartment is on the second floor?
Jaylee's is on 304, so it'll be on the third floor.
Oh, okay. So what about this?
That's the stairwell between the second and third, and that's the third at the top. There's the pumpkins and his wreath outside his door.
And what are we looking at here?
That's his apartment door.
Up here.
Just another view of his apartment door.
And what number was his apartment?
D302. And I say D because inside the apartments, the bedrooms are labeled like A, B, C, D.
And look at this photo. Is there anything significant in this photo?
No, nothing significant.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. There's cameras in the breezeway, I guess you would call it, of the apartment complexes.
Are those the cameras that would have captured Jay coming and going?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
Okay, so that's right inside the door. It looks like I would have been standing near, when you enter into the apartment, the laundry room's immediately to your left. In this picture, you can see the kitchen to your left, so I'm either standing adjacent to the laundry room or a little bit more into the apartment from the doorway.
Okay, and you said the laundry room is to your left. Okay,
Yes.
is this that laundry room?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to take photographs of just, why do you take photographs of all of this?
To document how the environment at the time and things of evidentiary value or things that even aren't of evidentiary value, to just document the state of being of the apartment at the time.
Did the apartment appear lived in?
Yes.
We're going to show you, we're going to go back out to when you were here. Oh, nope, I apologize. Back out to when you were here. What is this a photo of?
It's a package.
Okay. And who was that package for?
It says Jaylee.
And to the left, when you first come in, or to the past the laundry room, what's located there?
The kitchen is on the left. There's a bedroom on the right, and then another bedroom on the right. And then it's like the common area and other bedrooms.
And would this be the kitchen you were referring to?
Yes.
And were there dirty dishes in the sink?
Yes, you can see dishes. There's like some food left out, kind of, too.
Just more angle in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And what view is this?
That I would be standing in the common area or like the living room, facing on the other side of the Christmas tree is the door at the end of that hallway, the main entrance door. And then you can see the kitchen and the door right behind the Christmas tree was Jaylee's bedroom.
We're going to look at What is this?
In the picture prior, I was facing the kitchen. So I just turned to the right and took pictures like in a circle, more or less.
So I'll just sort of show, these are just the living room and the common area.
Common area, living room.
And what is this?
The door to Jaylee's apartment. I
Is that-
think, wait, no, it's not. That's another door of one of the apartments.
Did you actually enter the other dorms or the
No,
other?
our search warrant was specifically, it was my understanding our search warrant was specifically for his room in the common areas,
All right.
not other people's space.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
That is Jaylee's room. And I think previously I said D, but this shows D, so it has to be B.
And these are the photographs that you took,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
That's the entryway into Jaylee's room. At the door, there's a closet to the left, kind of around that corner. His bed, straight ahead, obviously, is the window. The couch or love seat, the little coffee table, and to the right of that, if you go in past his dresser and things, to the right is the bathroom.
Now, I want to look at some close-ups of what was on the door. Was it easy to identify which room was Jay's when you came in?
Yes, I mean, his name's obviously on this one, and there were pictures of Jay.
So, there. And I think this would be the opposite side of that door. Is that correct?
Yes, because the light switch is there, yes.
So I'm going to show you some photographs you took around the room. So when you walk in, what direction would you look for this photograph?
It would be to the left. Yes.
And did you take close-ups of that table as well? That little desk right there?
I think so. Obviously, I did, yes.
And what are we looking at on this desk?
Makeup, laptop,
Was that laptop collected from his room?
yes.
And what about here?
The laptop,
And some other items were found in the room. What are we looking at here that was found in the room? Oh, let me,
looks like a card from Jose.
and here, that was found in the room.
It's an envelope with the name J on it,
And what about,
and the gift card.
and were those items collected as well?
Yes,
What about this?
that is I think it's the title to his vehicle. Yes, a 2014 Ford Fusion.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sorry. No. Handing the witness a part of composite exhibit S6. Now you can see it better. What is that?
Is a title for his vehicle.
Okay. And keep looking around the room. I think you're going to the left. We're going to see what is this?
His bed area, pictures on the wall.
And when you went around this room, did it appear that someone was leaving, packing up to go?
No,
What is this?
his bedding, shoes, slippers, his dog bowl, you know.
What about that?
It's his dog's bowl, feeding bowl.
And earlier you were talking about there being a little couch. Is that like the couch and coffee table that's in there?
That's the coffee table, and I think the couch is on the other side. You can see it in this one. And the bathroom to the right.
And where is this?
Up underneath his bed. His bed was raised.
And what about this?
It's the coffee table.
And you said the bathroom is where?
You can see it in this picture. It's kind of to the right. You can see the doorway.
Right there.
Yes,
Okay. And you took pictures in there as well, correct?
I think so.
That be his bathroom?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It's still in the bathroom. You can see the commode. It's just the storage over the commode area. Personal hygiene items.
And do you do the same process? You just go around?
I just take a circular to capture a full view of what's there.
So would these be the next ones that I'm showing as a part of composite S6, just that circle you make in the bathroom?
Yes, from the pictures you're going, I would have stepped in the bathroom and started from the left and circled around and took pictures.
And were there still a lot of personal care items around?
Yes,
So just hairbrushes, straightening irons, things of that nature?
yes, everything.
And what about this?
Yeah, that's back.
Okay. And
Cleaning supplies in the tub and personal hygiene items.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very
I'm sorry, cleaning items, the tub, personal hygiene items.
And what about this?
That's the closet. It's got a mirror on the doors.
I forgot to show this picture from outside the room, so tell me what we're looking at here. What's on the wall?
Pictures, I think one of them was a family photograph, if I remember correctly. And his graduation regalia.
I think I want to make sure you took pictures of the entire room and then, oh, forgot this one. This is just, what are we looking at here?
A refrigerator.
Is that MJ's room?
Yes, because it's the door. I mean, it would be immediately after you walk through the door to the right.
And what is this?
His closet, the closet in the room.
Did it appear that there was anything packed up?
No,
And actually, that's the bottom of the closet, the top of the closet. What are we looking at here?
personal items, clothing. Looks
what
like
is that?
I can't even think of like a luggage.
And one more thing, what is that a picture of?
Personal hygiene items, cologne, perfume, deodorants, body spray, lotion.
What about this view?
I would have been standing in the room and that would have been back out.
Make sure you speak up back to them.
Sorry. I would have been standing in the room and that's back toward his door and entryway.
And what's that behind the door?
It's like a backpack or backpack.
Okay, Captain Mahan. Earlier, when you were testifying, you said that y'all put out a bolo to, who did y'all put the field to look out? Who did y'all put that out to again?
Initially, we put it out to the local agencies, and later on in an investigation, we put it out nationwide.
Do you
to all
remember?
states.
Do you remember when you changed it to nationwide, Bolo?
I do not. I can find it. I've got it in here. Something I failed to mention while I'm looking for that too was that on the 10th, we also when we were looking for the vehicle, we also called Homeland Security to enter the tag number into their state system so they could, so we all could be notified if the vehicle was traveling on the highways that have cameras.
Explain to me what that is. When you give the vehicle tag to Homeland Security, what happens? What do they do?
You're supposed to be able to put it into a system like when you cross some state lines and stuff, there's tag readers and it captures tag information. So we would have been notified if his vehicle was out traveling.
So on July 10th, you all were, y'all still hadn't located his vehicle. Would that be correct?
On my dates. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the exact date that we were notified that his vehicle was at Bandit Towing. Okay, so on July 10th, around 9 p.m., the vehicle was reported to us. We got a phone call about the vehicle. A tow truck driver said it was at Bandit Towing.
Okay, so kind of walk me through that. How, I know you all had put the BOLO out to the local law enforcement agencies, but how did the tow truck driver know that you all were looking for Jay Lee?
Okay, because in the initial part of the investigation prior to the vehicle being found, we were looking for the vehicle and continuing to look for Jay Lee. We, the university put out a press release with the vehicle information. And when the tow truck driver saw the press release, he called our dispatch center, who then called me. Here's the,
So where was this press release put out?
we put it out over social media. We called Oxford Police Department, asked them to put it out, the county, asked them to put it out on their social media pages. I think it eventually ended up on the news. Our public relations department on campus would have coordinated that.
Is it safe to say this was everywhere, this press release?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
And
apologize.
I'm sorry. I've got a note here of the BOLO nationwide. I'm just trying to find it in the report where it speaks of it.
Well, while you're looking for that, Captain Mahan, you stated just now that you all got notification by 9 p.m. on the 10th that Jaylee's car was at Bandit Towing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon finding out that Jaylee's car was at Bandit Towing, did you all do anything from there?
Yes, I sent the investigators to confirm that it was actual vehicle we were looking for.
And were you, so basically a person called in a tip and said, I think I have the car, and y'all went out to confirm? Did
Yes.
you confirm that it was his car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get information as a part of your investigation from Bandit Towing about when he towed, that the car was towed and where it was towed from?
Yes. The vehicle was towed around 1:50 on Friday, July 8th. The tow truck driver, he told us he first saw Jaylee's vehicle on Friday, July 8th, 2022, around 1:45 in the rear, what he called the rear Molly Bar trails.
So it was towed from Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
Okay. And did he take photographs as a part of towing, the procedure for towing?
Yes, he said he did. I think those were provided to Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And could you actually go back earlier in the investigation, before you got to the vehicle being found at Molly Bar Trails? Did you speak with anyone else, or did your investigators speak with anyone else as a part of the investigation?
I didn't understand the question.
As a part of your investigation earlier, before you found out that the car had been towed by Bandit Towing on the 10th, was anyone else spoken to in regards to the disappearance of Jaylee?
Before the car was towed, or before we learned, Jose.
So y'all spoke with Jose, and I believe you stated that Jose was his best friend,
Best
who went up
as
to his
well.
mother, right?
Yes.
And did you all, earlier when you were talking about the video on the phone, you said y'all spoke with a Khalid. Did y'all speak with a Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Khalid, or Khalid is what I call him.
So as a part of the investigation, what did you learn from Khalid? And when did you speak with him? When was he spoken to?
Okay. Hang on. Okay, so on the 10th, on the 10th, July 10th, around 7:55 p.m., Lieutenant Carradine and I called Khalid from her office and spoke with him. During that time, Khalid told us that he was FaceTiming on Snap with Jaylee at the time he was walking out of his apartment that morning,
And that, when you say that morning, what morning are you referring to?
July 8th. Yes. On July 8th. Yes, so he said,
Before you get into that, we were watching the video, we saw him leave twice. Which time was Khalid talking to him?
The second time
Okay.
that he never came back.
Now tell us, did Khalid further the investigation?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
Let the jury go into the jury room for a minute. We got some business we got to take care of, okay? Any questions? Don't press anything, don't talk like the case, don't investigate. Court's gonna take just a minute break itself. All right, let's gather back up and get back to work. All right, before we took our break, this witness, I think the state was about to attempt to elicit testimony about what Mr. Fears had said earlier in the testimony when Mr. Fears was testifying. The court ruled, the statement proffered by Mr. Fears earlier was that he was on the phone with Jay Lee early in the morning. His plan was to go see somebody, some unnamed person for activities, and that they'd had a fight earlier, I believe was the basic of it. At that time, the court ruled that as an exception, that statement would be hearsay, that as an exception to the hearsay rule, that Mr. Fears could testify about what Mr. J. Lee's plans were as an exception to the hearsay rule. And through that witness, Mr. Fears excluded the testimony of concerning the portion of the statement that they had had a fight earlier or something to that effect. But I did open, and this state asked that they would attempt again through another witness, which I assume this witness, to introduce that portion of the statement about the fight earlier. Mr. Horan, seeing that was coming down the pipes, was beginning to object, and I have sent the jury out for determination, which I assume is the admissibility or non-admissibility of that statement concerning the fight earlier. Would that be a good summary of where we're at?
Your Honor, I think it's, yes, it is about 99% of the right, except for the statement that got
Argument. Okay. One man's argument is another man's fight. But, all right. The gist of it. There's been difficulties anyway. You have filed. You have noted your objection. I'll hear from you first. I'll give you an opportunity to state your objection.
Your Honor, reiterate the same objection that I had earlier, the same objection that it would be hearsay and doesn't fall under the present sense impression as wouldn't be any different.
I have previously determined that it is hearsay, and whether or not and I have previously determined that that particular portion of the statement did not fall under the motive, plan, exception to the hearsay rule. Our state indicated they would, with this witness, try to attempt to say that there's another exception to the hearsay rule, is the way I get it. So I understand your objection. The court is finding it is hearsay. We can come back and argue whether there's an exception to the hearsay rule or not. And I'll give the state the opportunity to voice their opinion as why there's an exception, and then give you an opportunity to respond as why it's not an exception. All right, I'll hear from you on why that particular statement the court feels there's an exception to the hearsay rule. or I'll give you a chance to another bite as to whether it's not hearsay or not, but go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument is that the statement from that she heard is not hearsay. Remember, Mr. Fears was talking about 2 interviews. Do you remember he was talking about 2 interviews? The recorded one and the non-recorded one.
Okay.
The non-recorded one is the one that we're referring to here. In the non-recorded statement, this is the early stages of the investigation, and they're gathering information to see what they might need to do, how they might need to do it. This is what leads to them. We have UPD officer Ben Douglas getting to get search warrants for a bunch of Jay Lee's accounts because Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was, it's close. Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was going to meet with someone who he had previously blocked and he had met with earlier. And that's why and that he was on the phone. So they were getting search warrants to see where he's going, like if they can find that person. That is how the investigation moves forward. And I do have a case in regards to this, Your Honor, which is that statements made to police in the course of the investigation that further the investigation are not hearsay. The site I would cite to is Butler v. State, 75.
I'm familiar with Butler. It's a good one anyway. Go ahead.
758 Southern 2nd, 1063. In that case, the victim testified regarding what happened, specifics about what happened, or didn't testify, I apologize. The officer testified to what the victim said about what happened in the crime. The officer was testifying to that. Here, we're talking about what they used to further their investigation. Further,
Let me interrupt you just 1 second. If you would pull up Butler for me, I'll refresh my memory while we're going, okay?
Further, Your Honor, the statement, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're not offering it to say that we're not actually, you can't really even say anything about the defendant with that statement because it's just saying that Jay Lee was going to meet somebody. It doesn't even refer to the defendant at all. There's not even a confrontation issue if you think about it in that way. But what I would say, Your Honor, is that statements made to officers in the course of their investigation are not hearsay, and that's what she's going to testify to as they move forward with the investigation. And in the Butler case, they go through that. There was one other point, but it's slipping my head right now, Your Honor. I believe that's it.
I'll give you a chance to gather your thoughts if you need them and come back.
Yeah, I
later.
have to think about
All
something.
right. How about before the defense makes their statement? I want to reread Butler. Okay, it's been a minute. All right. All right. Anything else from the state?
I would just offer, Your Honor, that just like in Butler, we are not offering the statement to show that Jay Lee was leaving to go meet somebody he blocked. We are offering it to show that Khaled offered this information to the police because he thought it might be helpful and why they used it, which was then they start issuing search warrants. Ben Douglas issues search warrants, the direction of Captain Mahan. Ben Douglas will be coming in to testify, but then they start issuing search warrants for Jay Lee's accounts, his phones, and to figure out if they can get more information.
All right.
I think it says iCloud and his Apple ID, so you can figure out if they can get that information.
Your Honor, Butler case is a statement that was made by the victim. You don't have that in this particular case. And you also have a hearsay within the hearsay issue here. Butler was a statement where the victim made representations that the officer used. In this case, they're asking the court to allow hearsay conversations that they had an argument, a summation of it, and then the hearsay statement from Fears to the officer. What she just told the court, the purpose of it was they were going to do that notwithstanding the fact if the officer provided that to other detectives that he was going over there to hook up with somebody he'd been with earlier that night. They find out about that. The fact that they'd had an argument wasn't going to, that the information about the argument wasn't going to stop them from doing any searching. Serves no purpose whatsoever to add this hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor. It's basically what it was. Butler's not on point, Your Honor. It adds absolutely zero value to the actions that the officers took by allowing this particular summation of the statement between the two individuals, and the victim is not the individual that made the statement to the officers, and they acted on it, as was the case in Butler.
My argument is that it's not hearsay altogether, because it's how they further their investigation. Not that it's hearsay, it's not hearsay.
This is a tough one. Court cognizant of the point of they would have got to the same place with or without the extra incentive of we had an argument.
Your Honor, I just said she was going to say that Khalid said that they were going to see someone he previously blocked, and he was going to see them. And
Hang on one second. Does Butler hold it's not hearsay, or is it admissible hearsay?
not hearsay.
Statement from the victim, Your Honor.
I don't think that makes a difference who it's from.
It does, to the extent when you're asking the declarant his fears, and he is characterizing a conversation that the victim gave him with another person. That is not, Butler's not on point with that.
Part of the reason Butler is on point is just like here, in Butler, nobody was identified. They said it didn't even implicate Butler. Butler is not even implicated. Here, Khaled isn't saying Timothy. He went to meet Timothy Herrington. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying what the victim recounted to him. It's not being offered to say that Jay went to meet. It's being offered to say, oh, this is how we proceeded and why we proceeded that way.
They were going to do that regardless of the hearsay, double hearsay statement.
Butler says Mississippi Supreme Court has held that admitting out-of-court statements made to the police during the course of their investigation is permissible, and so holding the court stated that it is elemental that a police officer may show that he has received a complaint, what he did about the complaint, without going into details of it. In Swindle, a police officer testified about a tip received from an informant. The court held that a police officer's testimony about a tip received from an informant is admissible to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. Court's going to find that part about to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. In this case, court's going to admit it. And I'll let you make any further objection. I understand it's an important issue. I'll let you make any other further record that you like anyway.
I have a problem with the scenario where the tip is made that we acted on a tip.
problem with that.
Hang on just a second. I don't see any distinction between a tip and a statement from an identified person. All right.
I withdraw my objection.
Do I?
Withdraw my objection
All right.
in front of the jury.
Okay. Show the jury in.
Where was I? Khaled. That's where we were. Okay.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Hang in there, we're getting close to lunchtime. Before we get started back, how much longer you think you got with this witness?
Not much longer, Your Honor. I don't believe much
We're
longer.
going to try to finish direct examination and then take up cross before after lunch. All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, it's time. I withdraw my objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Captain Mahan, I believe we were talking about you all met with Khalid on the 10th of July, 2022. What did you learn in that conversation with Khalid that helped further the investigation?
Yes, we called Khalid on July 10th. Khalid had actually called our dispatch and informed our dispatch that he was the person on the phone with Jay Lee when he was leaving his apartment. He said he was FaceTiming with Jay Lee on Snapchat when he was walking out of his apartment. He told us it was around 5:58 in the morning on July 8th. He told us that Jay Lee had told him that approximately 2 hours before he had had a hookup and he had ended up blocking this person on social media. Because Khalid told us that Jay Lee had told him that he and the person.
Your approach anyway.
And if you could please just tell us what you learned from Khalid about where Jay Lee was going on July 8th when he was FaceTiming him.
He was going back to meet an individual he had previously had a hookup with.
Okay.
And
And
an argument.
said Khalid provided this information on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And this was because the social media post had gone out?
Yes.
Okay, and how did this information further your investigation?
It allowed us to know, obviously, he was going to meet an individual, and he has not returned. So we knew he was on Snapchat, FaceTime, so then we would start applying for search warrants for his social media, phone records, things of that nature.
And what officer was directed to at UPD was directed to do that?
It was Sergeant Ben Douglas.
Okay. Just to make sure that we covered everything as an overview, since we took that break, talked to Khalid on July 10th, correct?
Yes,
On July 10th, y'all also learned that Jay Lee's car had been towed by bandit towing. Is that correct?
yes.
And where was Jay Lee's car towed from?
Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Oh, that's an apartment complex. Okay. And where is Molly Bar Trails Apartments located?
I think this street is called McElroy Drive. I know how to get there. It's in close proximity to where Oxford Police Department is on McElroy Drive, north of there, north of a gas station at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay. And you said north of the gas station. What gas station is that?
I call it Rockets.
Rockets gas station. About how far is Rockets gas station from Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Probably about 0.3 of a mile.
Okay. And did you ever learn when? I know y'all learned about it having been towed on Bandit on the 10th, but did you learn when Bandit towed the car?
Yes. Sorry. I know I went through it earlier, but you asked when the car was towed, right?
Yes.
At 1:50 on the 8th.
On July 8th.
Yes.
From Molly Bar Trails apartment.
Yes.
Okay. Brief indulgence. So just as a final question, as you testified, you checked with hospitals, you checked with jails, you checked his apartment, you checked all these areas in Oxford. Did you all ever locate Jay Lee?
No.
Did he ever return to campus?
No.
And Molly Bar Trails apartments, is that in UPD's jurisdiction?
No, it's in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
So upon finding out that the car was there, who did y'all contact?
Chief McCutcheon.
And who is Chief McCutcheon?
He is the chief of police at Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Because the car was located in his jurisdiction. And at that point, we knew it was something bigger. And so jurisdictional wise, they would be responsible for continuing the investigation.
So at that point is when they became a part of the investigation?
And it worked kind of like a unified command jurisdiction wise, and we continued to assist in the investigation with certain things. Sergeant Douglas specifically, because Sergeant Douglas specifically was very actively involved in the investigation, writing search warrants.
So at that time, would it be fair to say that Oxford Police Department sort of started to lead, but you all continued to assist?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Captain, we're gonna, all right, here we got food here yet? They closed, we're not anyway, right? We're gonna take a lunch break now. Remember the court instructions, don't, talk about the case, don't want to talk about the case. If you don't forward, express any opinions, don't investigate the case, until you got the case. I think if they don't have the food there, they'll be there just momentarily anyway. And so, court's gonna be in recess until 1 o'clock, okay? Captain, you'll, step down, but don't discuss your testimony with anyone, until you get back to the stand, okay? But you're free to go, just don't discuss your testimony. All right? Gary, you getting them coming? You're a good boy. I don't care what they say about you. You what? Uh-huh. That's your primary responsibility, is keeping the DA's office tied to this table anyway. You have a good lunch, young lady?
Yes, sir.
All right. Need something else, no.
I will. Thank you.
You got any up there, Jeremy?
You ready to,
Yeah, everybody but the DA's office is apparently. But y'all can go back.
oh, you're not, I thought you said you were ready to.
No, y'all stay back in there. We still waiting on some customers. Sorry about that. I didn't make myself clear. Let's see if it'll do any good. I wonder if it'll do any good if the judge calls.
Got a bigger stick than I do, so.
Back in there in that room back there, and if they there, bring them. At the office, every night, can't go get them back there. on in, Lindsay. I think you can handle things from the state. Just have a seat right there. All right. All right. Looks like we're all back here. We've got 15 people from Forest County up here against their will. Let's show them the respect to start when we say we're going to start. And if anybody needs to use the judges' chambers during lunch to facilitate their being here on time, we'll find a place for the courtroom for anybody that needs it for meetings during the lunch hour anyway. All right, everybody ready? Where'd Lynn? If you would bring, show the jury. Welcome back. Apologize for the short delay in getting started back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. If you didn't get enough, you'll find you some more, okay? I trust no one has a lot of support instructions. Let me know if you ever do. All right, I believe the point that you were about to cross-examine the witness, you remain under the same oath. Okay.
All right, proceed, John. I'd like to have this marked.
Approach the witness, John. Captain Mahan, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as offense exhibit 7 and been provided to me in discovery
representing the return on the search warrant that you talked about going to Jaylee's apartment?
Objection, Your Honor, to him telling the witness what it is. She should identify herself.
I'll let her.
Rephrase the search.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a PIN, bank account information, would you block out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, that it wouldn't be published to anyone other than
That sounds reasonable.
if you
I see
would,
it now.
you see it
Yes.
now, would you
Yes.
please do that? We may end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't bleed through, but I'm not going to publish it, Your Honor, because in case it gets into the court, when it gets into the court file, it won't be.
Just the bank account, there's a discovery.
Yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry, Captain, if you don't mind. Think you got it all?
I think so, I barely can.
That appears
It's
to
hard
be,
to read.
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that you talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move for introduction at this time. Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir, it's a college campus and it's not uncommon for us to,
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over to Oxford PD, but y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while and then,
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as far as y'all had a joint investigation, as far as the lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th or 12th, is that a fair statement?
we had the initial conversation. I know the night the vehicle was located at the towing company.
On which day?
That was,
What day was that?
I'm sorry. It's a lot of paperwork and I would rather be accurate. on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at abandoned towing.
And it was located,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so on the 10th, the, J. Lee's vehicle was located at Bandit, correct? Towing.
Bandit, yes.
And you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford with people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? Is that your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. They make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked
Right.
or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, you located that vehicle on that particular date at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed
Towed at
at 1:50 p.m.
1:50, I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for J. Lee's car?
It's just the parents' car is parking lot.
I'm past the part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lose some, I had the right information.
The material that I've been provided is that y'all got 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
trying to get through the paperwork.
Material I've been provided is testifying for the witness.
Awesome.
First cross examination, I'm gonna give him some leeway.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for J. Lee's car that was located at Bandit?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about the second search warrant for his car? Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD
Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with it? You were.
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was
did the
not.
car? I want to ask you about, as to the car. I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with them. Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement, Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview.
Okay. At all, at any time?
Not for Jose.
Okay.
I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first two to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay. You're familiar, did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the
It's page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report that was.
really mine's out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from the pages one to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
The way it was provided to me at the bottom right-hand corner, it has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order
Oh, I'm
1 to
sorry.
100.
Take your time. I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, because my page is not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Have it marked identification.
D8?
D8.
You may have to-
Just want to make sure.
Captain, I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page, the number, identify the number, whether or not that appears to be your approval of the report on that particular day. Detective Officer Carey. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. All 3 pages.
That one's not.
That appears to be.
Yeah, I was just, that was not Jose's interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmie Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. The report.
Honestly, I don't know what the report says, so I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back. But tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor. The report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, it's the same one that we looked at.
And if we need to get you another copy, I'll run it to you, okay?
The report, it says that the Officer Carradine interviewed Jose, and he said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there is no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements, but that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
2 things, Your Honor. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this, who should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness anyway?
Your Honor, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmie Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends. Best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement to this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The Confrontation Clause does not require that I do that. The Rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. is in furtherance of her investigation. What she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. It's the same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of the individuals that she did, that she interviewed.
But, Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, and things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state what did this further in the investigation.
Your Honor, this is kind of how the questioning would go. Did he give you this statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm going to let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is good for the goose, is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes. Let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't know. I'm going to let you ask this question, but I don't know if this. I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. If you know what I'm talking about.
Your Honor, and again,
I'm going to let you start, and then if it.
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her as over the investigation, approving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor. I did.
You're probably right, but it's going to be. I'm not consenting to
everything.
I'm not consenting to everything. I am consenting to you asking this question. So.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them. He can call them if he wants to anyway. Go ahead. Bring the jury on this.
My brother's witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Have the exhibits that you were referencing, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. Could you give the jury the benefit? What was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, UPD was basically deeply involved in the missing person aspect of
Jimmie Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular report?
The highlighted section?
Highlight cell.
Okay. Lieutenant Carradine has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmie hung out, who is Jimmie J. Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
Okay. As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, is she an investigator at that time? What was her responsibilities?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have 2 full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations.
Okay.
So in other words, there's more than just those 2 people on call.
Okay.
So yes, she was conducting investigative work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmie Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing. Yeah, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
And the purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmie Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house, yes.
All right. Do you have that report that reflects same objection? They interviewed the lady further to their investigation. They found out the man had given misinformation. They went back and checked.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Ms. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Just find the report and I'll locate it.
Can you find the report?
On your copy, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Janelle Davis?
I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John.
Anything to get copies out there,
Ma'am.
if you need to make a copy for you, we can get that done.
I think I have it. I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 133.
That's not. My pages are
Let me
different,
just
but
show you, I marked identification.
I'm thinking it was the same. It's the same. I think so.
And what is it you're marking there?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
Hang on a second. What is it you're marking?
The report that she's referencing,
Captain report of who?
Captain Mayhem.
All right, mine are McGuire's.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening here, the attorney is identifying it. That the witness identifies something before it's marked for ID.
Let's,
Court
I
asked.
have a hard time keeping what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway, okay?
No, Judge, you said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
All right, what is, let her look at it, tell me what
I
that
just had it
document.
marked for identification.
Okay, get, mark it for identification and let her, then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach on it?
You may.
Captain Mayhem, I want to, you said you had located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9. Compare it to,
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
Yes.
report approved on 8/22/457.
yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
that's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Report of Lieutenant who?
Sheldon McGuire.
McGrath.
McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, you can keep it simple. Page 59 through 61 of 133. If you would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not it fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about. Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a
what-
long report.
What was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes has stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'm going to, wear y'all feet out walking today, but, step back in there for a second anyway, and, y'all can, it's, all right, what's the objection?
My objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case stated that you can't go into detail, which was the problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
Back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report has a statement from Janelle.
Yes.
What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee, she doesn't really know him, and she knows him because he's Jose's friend, and that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm gonna give the defense an opportunity to say how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports, she testified to, that they went back and interviewed. They went to go. Jose said, talk to Janelle. She knows everything you need to know about Jay Lee. After he said, we're not really that close. They go interview Janelle in this report, and she says, I have no idea why he would tell you all that. I don't know him that well. I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all, and there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor,
Let me once again ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Don't ask.
Do what?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, is whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmie Lee. The young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination, Your Honor. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems, from my understanding, that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name, then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information during the course of your investigation? Yes. What was that deceptive information?
First, he told us one
He could've
thing.
said that.
We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation to, he was a suspect, he was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
Have to
but
ask
that,
the
then
question.
he,
Hang on a second.
I don't have to ask the question. It
that's
has
that.
nothing to do.
Hang on a second, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. If this person, if this witness is the person that has, is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm gonna let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate? Truthful.
Not deceptive.
And
What was that based on?
and ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. But we're gonna, let's don't go around the world to get there.
Your Honor, it has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
But that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the same argument she
I don't think it's necessarily this is in furtherance of the investigation. I'm not going to prohibit you from calling any witness you want to. I will ask you, let you ask the general question of, did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information was true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm going to let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do that. The confrontation clause, all those things that are required but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that, as the defendant does not have to do that under the rule. Public report, contents of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the court's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well, they didn't.
All right, y'all step back. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness. Did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you? Who you could talk to? He said talk to the female. He said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close? All right, and if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think were deceptive, I'm going to let you ask them anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel officer. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, form, or fashion. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, he misrepresented facts, and could possibly have impeded the investigation, he gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some latitude in that regard, and I'll, state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough, okay?
Again, they talk about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's keeping things, that's their whole theory, what they talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm gonna give you some latitude.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To
I'll be
ask
quick
that,
about it.
to ask this witness, did you talk to Mr. Ruiz? Did he give you any names, somebody that might be close to
Your Honor, I think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think Your Honor said it's
I'm
going to be.
gonna give you some latitude with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Janelle Davis was given to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
Said, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jaylee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what he told you.
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on that information that he provided to you?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jaylee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question? What was your other question?
My question was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jay Lee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line. I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said. Pursuant to Your Honor's direction, when we have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Y'all know still.
Well, let me ask you this, I took it that she was reading from something there, is that correct?
Yeah, it's still parts of the conversation she
You
had.
could just, if there's additional part to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity just to.
Thank you.
Flesh that all out.
If you read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
And I'll give you the opportunity to.
Before accordingly, read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions, okay? Tell me when you have an opportunity to read it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him. Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jaylee, his relationships.
In
Sexual.
fact, what it says is,
Objection, Your Honor, to what it says. He's testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made, which, quite honestly,
I don't know what it says, so I can't,
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview and told her that they were asking about Jaylee's relationship, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told you, right? After
Yeah.
his interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explain to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report? I believe you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling.
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same time.
All the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name Timberland Maddox, right? Next page. You remember him?
Next page. It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, it's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Sheldon McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the approving officer. I'm sorry.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a
Understand.
lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct, I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based
Correct.
on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or was that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with it?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I knew at one point, I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. It appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not gonna say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him,
Okay.
and I'm not sure if I was watching it on the screen when they were
Okay.
interviewing.
Do you remember? I mean, you were sitting outside
I
watching.
No, I don't remember. I remember the name T.J. Mathis because later we had to do other follow-up.
If you would, look at
Interviews.
that report. It sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us. You were watching on the screen. And look down about middle of the page where it says Mathis seemed, and read there from the remaining of the page. Tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report.
But
based
the
on-
I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report,
Yes, sir.
that's her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay.
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
All right.
That moved out in May.
Who were those two roommates that he had? But they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May?
Yes.
All right. Did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
Okay. As far as there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed. Is that correct? One of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams. Is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about Jay Lee's routine and habits? When he had hookups come over, we talked about hookups earlier. When he had hookups come over to his apartment. You remember independently, before you look at your report, what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what Jay Lee's routine and habit was, the things that he said about occurred, didn't occur when hookups, you brought hookups back to his place?
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember
Okay.
without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, they printed out different figures.
Maybe 60. Oh, I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
That, I've got 7/14 to 2022 is the identifying date and 800 hours at the top. This report of Shayla McGuire, but it references the fact that you made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone, so she could, just go find it.
Lean up your microphone.
Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams, I called him by phone, put him on speakerphone.
Let me have it.
Apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
Well, if it's alternate for ID only, you want to clean it up.
My approach, Your Honor.
Okay?
Captain, if you look at this, does this appear to be fair and accurate? Other than that yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative report, does that appear to be it?
Yes, yeah, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
I'm sorry, Judge. It's 60, page 63 of 133, Judge. In the middle of that page, read that, if you would, where that fairly and accurately fits the phone interview that you had with the X-ray mate with Mr. Lee on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report I did
Well, I
on
saw
that.
that it said description, see more description down there, but I don't have that report. You have that
I'm
report?
trying to,
But you, before we get to that, can you
okay.
give the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, way he conducted himself when hookups would come to the, he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because, again, at least the other witnesses, well, maybe we approach.
Come on up. Form an opinion. as they get in there. But before you start making arguments, I want somebody to read into the record portion of the, of this document that's in controversy, so that the record be clear about what we are about.
And she would read it into the record. Yeah.
Basically, it would start like this, Your Honor. Explained that he'd seen a black male and a Hispanic male frequent the apartment of Jay Lee. Also said the Hispanic is feminine, and from his description, we believe that to be Jose Reyes. No question about that. According to Austin, the black male was masculine and tall. He said that during the time this black male frequented Jay Lee, had talked to Austin and said that he was in a relationship with someone that was very aggressive. Austin also said that he and Jay Lee shared a wall in their apartment because their bedrooms were on either side of the wall, and Jay Lee told Austin many times that if he knocked on the wall 2 times, it meant he needed help.
And that's what you're asking to ask this witness to
Your Honor,
read.
Austin said that a black male that frequented the apartment could be an aggressive person. Jay Lee described that the person Jay Lee described because Austin said it was about the same time.
And my objection, Your Honor, is twofold. One, I agree that Butler can be done in furtherance of the investigation, but even as Your Honor limited it to, not what someone said. Because it says in the Butler case, you can't go into detail. It'd be one thing if she was asked, did you learn of suspects? We learned of another black male, but you want her to read the entirety of Austin Adams' statement.
I'm gonna make my ruling. I'm gonna let the defense ask. I'm not gonna let the witness read this entire paragraph here. I'll ask you to say that had Austin, did he report to you that there had been he was in a relationship with an aggressive black man?
Told him to knock on the wall.
I'll let you ask that, but I'm not going to let you read the whole thing.
Thank you.
I think that
Thank you, Your Honor.
in developing prospects, in the course of your investigation, in developing prospects or suspects, did you consider this? That would be a proper application of Butler, that in considering suspects in the course of your investigation, did you receive this information from Austin? Let's bring jury back in. Y'all just come. When
I'm gonna mark it.
Approach on.
Captain, before we had the break, we were making reference to that particular report, and at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that something that you had more information on the report, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire.
I want to hand you D11 and tell me if that's the report. I believe it is that you were referenced.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes.
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else's report.
Right.
Fair enough?
Yes, this is my report.
So with it, my understanding is that you interviewed a roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that means he needed help, right? That's what he told you.
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Oh. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. Were you present during the interview with Khalid Pierce, testified on direct? The first interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
The first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on the speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to hand you what's been hard for identification. It's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. Keeping up with the pages, Your Honor.
This is D2?
It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And ask whether or not that appears to be a report indicating the interview between you and you engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Can you hand it back to me, please, ma'am? Does it be fair and accurate? Does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview in its entirety? Have you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do if you don't mind. It's pretty important.
Okay.
As I understand it, everything that's going on here today, witness testimony is being live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So like, everybody make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings, Your Honor.
I've instructed our witnesses not to do
I
that.
just want to make sure both of you done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time, okay?
She's got it.
Oh, okay. She's got it. I didn't see it listed on that. What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs for the court reporters because I think their fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We got to rest their fingers from time to time anyway.
Your Honor, do you mind if we look at that exhibit?
Go ahead. I would encourage you to do so. And while y'all are looking, I'll be right back. I'm just working under the assumption that y'all taking the course bathroom and y'all should have break your shit, but I haven't had that much. All right. Did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit? Yes, sir.
Y'all get a chance to read? Everybody ready then? Okay.
Jason, have you get somebody call a chance before you get the air cut? They say they control it from down here to the building.
And I got a house code on keep me warm on top of that anyway, but, it is sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We can go flip a breaker if we have to. We'll override. All right.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in this report.
Ma'am?
There's a lot of moving parts in this report, yes.
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Caleb Fears?
Khalid, yes.
Khalid, yeah, Khalid, I'm sorry.
That's what I call it.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, is everything, I mean, it's true, it's inaccurate?
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd accept it for the
Did you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Spears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes,
All right. When he told you that that Khalid explained that Jack was an act that he and Jay Lee used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of favor with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
yes, I took it to understand as they both use their app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee uses apps such as Jack, BOK, and Grindr. Now, in your report, you got Jack in quotations, BOK in quotation, and Grindr in quotations. Or in this report, it's your report.
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
Man,
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes,
you remember him making those representations to y'all, to you, and Lieutenant McGuire
about the apps they use. Yes.
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Peters? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean, that's what he told us. It's
That's what I'm
documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, well, he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships? Yes.
He told you that, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to get you to Molly Bar, and during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar, did you not, Captain?
I did.
Tell me.
Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
The first time you made it out to Molly Bar, if you recall what date that was. And you would tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there were a lot of officers there. I'm unsure if that's the very first date. I have to confirm it.
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle that Bandit?
I don't know. I know at Molly Moore Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there, and according to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area?
If you're referring to, we broke up, like, to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there and things of that nature?
I was not present
You were not
during
present.
that day.
Was you there when that was the second search?
I was not present when the metal detectors, I know Lieutenant Carradine, and I know Lieutenant Carradine was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay. That would have been a different occasion. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and would you make a statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Kozart. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
A lot, big report,
It's
big
a long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about your contact with Kevin Kozar and what transpired out there when you talked to Mr. Kozar. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Kozar?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the 2 individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Kozart lived out there, and we were familiar with Kevin Kozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So
That was your understanding, was it not? Clear up a little confusion here that you were asking Mr. Kozar, explain the lifestyle of basically the man dressing up as a woman, right?
well, that
lifestyle, well, that's what Jay Lee was doing.
a totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, Kevin talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report his snarky mouth.
Question, Your Honor. Can we approach?
much anyway.
Your Honor,
It's my objection.
It's not your fault. I can't hear you. I can hear these
I'm
other
sorry.
folks anyway, and you're doing your best. It's just my
I'm trying
hearing.
not to have the jury hear what
I
I say.
understand. So we're not put the jury back in.
Your Honor,
I wanna-
before we get started,
What now?
this young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any that type of stuff.
I didn't see that, but listen.
Well,
Y'all
When did I do
pretend,
that?
y'all pretend the jury ain't there from this point forward anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that. Where was I sitting?
I'm just going, well, it's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and, tell me, I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being the judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But, what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is, my original objection, actually when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Kozart, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Kozart and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed there, or other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar. And they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me hear the source of any information that I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information, present information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar apartment. Would that be correct?
Yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question, I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Kozart. She knew Kevin Kozart. He lived out there. Kevin Kozart knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Kozart knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Kozart, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him and knew him well. Establish whether or not Kevin Kozart says he never came to the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
I don't know what the relevance, unless Kozart is going to say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments or Jay Lee car to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Because, Your Honor, he didn't. Your Honor, he didn't know. Those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason. They don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What witnesses
I will
is she
say this.
about?
Kevin
I haven't
Kozart.
put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing as saying that they don't know him? Kevin Carter.
I didn't say
I
we
mean,
know it. I didn't say that.
I will.
Kozart.
Uh,
He's trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm going to let you. I can see that it'd be relevant that Jay Lee whether he had a friend at that apartment complex would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm gonna let you ask this officer.
That's all I was trying to establish, Your Honor.
All right.
Wait,
I'm gonna let you establish that that this, at least one person there at the apartment complex was an associate of Jay Lee. You know, if somebody came to my, if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, do you know the guy lives there, you know? And that's
Saying this is
Your
one
Honor,
of the individuals they interviewed who said they knew Jay Lee, he lived at the apartment complex.
but let's
I've been
all that
trying
up,
to get
let's
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to
let's
that.
get back to very simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it, because when we go up to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how
let me
I never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. Let me speak a little while. I'm going to let you ask the question is, did you interview Mr. Kozar? Did Mr. Kozar did Mr. Kozar indicated that he knew and had associations with Mr. J. Lee? And he was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on.
That's
All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Bear with us. I told you there'd be some delay. Blame them on me. Contrary to what most people think, most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what we're going to be saying. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision, and that's just the way it is. Some cases we've had knockdown, drag out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues, but this one I'm hearing it for the first time like you are anyway. So you may proceed along with in court instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Kozart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Kozart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is a...
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink. At one time.
Yes, I
That's
think
how he knew. He
Yes,
lived in apartment
because-
23 at Molly Bar, correct?
this is apartment 22.
22?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many, were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And did you?
I was there. I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on scene.
I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home. And I think there's a report indicating that they were talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either were at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it would be fair to say there were people not at home during that time.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Malazar Park?
I'm not sure. Again, Sergeant Douglas or either Oxford Police Department officers.
Go ahead, Doug. Wood, I missed one. Eli Davis. Did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 in the report, please. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel.
Excuse me.
We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel, our
Okay.
partner.
And Isabel Teller, right?
Yes,
At Molly Bar Trails.
yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps, and he said he had never seen him in that area. I spoke. Okay.
But you were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media, and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers. Fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not. I don't get. You know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I'm giving you lots of little bitty breaks. Y'all want another break? All right, I saw a lot of head shaking nose. I'm taking your word for it anyway. I appreciate that.
Can we take a break?
Y'all run the bathroom.
And-
I'll give y'all one.
Can I?
I'm going to give the witness a break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take a job. Y'all wanna stay right there?
We can think of a matter, that has to do with.
I guess y'all gonna get a break whether you want one or not, anyway. And you break, okay? No reason for this witness to be here during this. All right, I appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break that I think in the long run will shorten the process down a little bit as far as marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Just clean something.
Go ahead.
Captain, you've been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of gray. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they live in apartment 22?
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? He lived in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So can I just read just quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay,
I can't
different apartment.
honestly. Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
we
I
knocked
thought
on
you
his door.
testified he lived in
I
22.
apologize.
They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair statement?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at. I went to a different location.
And also, Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what Eli told you, right?
Eli told me.
Oh, thank you. That's all I had. And one more thing. They knew each other. They were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community, and that's how they were associated with him. Fair
I think that
statement?
maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee, and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may redirect.
And we'll actually just start with Eli Davis, or Eli and Isabel Teller.
Yes,
Said that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
yes,
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before, and that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived at those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for Jay Lee not to be on social media.
And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show, where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes, that's to
Just
my
wanted to make
understanding.
sure. So it was like, it wasn't, I believe Kevin Cozart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me like that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle, so he so obviously he identified it as male and presented as a female. So Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who have not.
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Okay.
That's
so
how I understand it.
you saying that Jay Lee participated in
Shows.
like performances dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially like on stage, like a drag queen.
Yes, I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him
Okay.
on stage.
So I just wanted to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And even Taylor, his sister, had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
So she
mentioned Code Pink.
Yes, that it. Okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience or knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't, but you're saying you don't.
I don't.
Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of State's Composite Exhibit 6 that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jay Lee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th. Let me see. Search warrant of Jay Lee's room. Yes, on July 10th.
Okay. There was a earlier when we were testifying, I found or you identified some items from Jay Lee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card?
There was a card in there
From
Jose.
Jose. May I approach the witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? Like what month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read what's in exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication. You had your mind set on something, and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And then it says on the other side, maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I'm forever proud of you, Jimmie, my sister always, and now you should be. The card actually says, it's
And
not
who is it signed by?
Jose.
Jose Reyes?
Yes, that's the only Jose I know of.
And I have a question with it.
Sorry, what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief indulgence. I turn to the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Brooks, be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor, about to say.
Thank you. You're free to go. Welcome to St. Louis. Just get it when you like. No one else. They better not give me that option. All right, who would state, everybody get on the jury? Who would state calls his next witness?
Mark Hodges.
Mark who?
Hodges.
Mark Hodges. Somebody who's Mr. Hodges.
And Your Honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I wanted to take up a matter that may speed the process up outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates,
Based on what?
self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes and some roller skates or something. We may buy our juror on crutches. We may just get here some earbuds instead, so he can't hear nothing. Anyway, it'd be easier on him.
Your Honor, those that are marked, I believe that's Exhibit 11, S11,
S12.
S12. The one on the very top,
Is that, let me ask you this, is that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
positive exhibits, so they need to stay in order. But the very first one goes with the contents of Exhibit 13. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed, from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And there's a accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
Of exhibit what?
12.
All right. I've got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael E. Kent Jr.
Then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to the video from Rainbow Cleaners that's S14 drive.
It's a thumb drive of video.
Thumb drive of a video.
Okay. All right.
All right. We propose also the very next one.
Is this one that there was some dispute about when the y'all filed an objection to the self-authentication? Is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just want to get in my head what we're arguing about anyway. Go ahead, go ahead and make him let him make his the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time. But I want y'all to be getting
So the
getting
next,
y'all ducks in a row while he was talking anyway.
got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 for identification, which is a video from, it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as rockets.
Okay.
Which one is that one?
The
Rockets?
You put a, hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be,
The stickers may be on the
Right.
drives themselves, not the envelope.
that's right.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
15 is a still shot from a UPD surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson. I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera. And Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it.
Okay.
But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was
So
going
what we got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel Land Grove Planners, Molly Express, AKA Rocket. What else you got?
CB Webb is going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned, and it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it when it was taken. And I believe that should be all of
You
that.
got CB Webb, you got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trails certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the J. Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. And you see an individual that has been identified.
Somebody leaving there anyway.
Right.
All
So
right.
that matches up with the timing of the video already in evidence. As I heard, picking Tim Herrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm gonna just leave it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now, there's,
Tell me what's been done as far as,
and just for the court's information, the last exhibit, marked for ID, is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in sequential order.
all right? That's S19.
And I would point out that Keziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Herrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafette Place.
All right. You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices until we showed up for hearing in Tippecanoe.
A week ago, Monday was a week ago.
And So even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the objections, we were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that it had been filed on the date it was filed, we could have been put on notice to have all these people here locally to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Rather than do that, to streamline the process, that's why we wanted to provide this notice to them and have that heard prior to being here in trial and do it in a more...
Now, let me ask you this. This states Exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
with the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and from the system and corrected the time the way law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp on the Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The times.
We may deal with that one separately, but
Understood.
all right. Anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are. There was the first one was something from the tow company. Is that a video as well, or was it?
It's a receipt and photos that they took before they took the car.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for
Before they took what?
the car, towed the car. They made pictures of the car.
Bandit.
Yeah, the bandit, yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal. Like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state, we have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise,
Let me just say, if I work under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
well, Judge, the requirement then is,
For a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed it, when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after that?
Well, so then, Judge, after that, the requirement, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so,
the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, but because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
We talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, if I apologize. When the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussions, and to bring it for the first time today on the second day of live testimony, it has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue, and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticating.
Listen to the state response.
Your Honor, I wasn't at that prior hearing, so
Or not.
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm going to ask Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway. So
We did switch. If you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday, when she was scheduled to be there, and we moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of the search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions were set for Tuesday of last week. The search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motions before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Aiken.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of, on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authentication documents. Would have been Monday of last week. I don't get me in line whether it's on the record or in chambers. We did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm going to let these folks who was there talk about the facts anyway.
Oh, no, Your Honor, I'm not going to talk about the facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Daniel said.
But I think I have my memory's pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway. Okay.
Your Honor, My understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time if the parties agree, and then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last bite here. Go ahead.
Judge, I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from Section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about admissibility.
What was the objections?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was going to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility. It was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I believe she's getting you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clauses of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule's clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so.
I understand that.
And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need, the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as it related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not. We were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticated. I'm dealing with these that have been presented to the court today, and the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in the subject to those videos. The court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability that I'm going to allow those. If there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is played, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony. I picked somebody up when I got off work at this time, and my car went down this road, and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those. But these particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced if they're otherwise admissible without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weighed equipment somewhere, some other location in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on time, but and I will give you a hearing, a separate hearing when sometime when the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think they're sufficient indicative of timing and reliability to permit those into without a further hearing. But this ruling just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos of that say at 7:18 this car passed, I assume that's what they're going to be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not just the ones that we've talked about so far.
Like, you know, the UPD, Your Honor, it's clear. The UPD records, video, they don't even need an authentic certificate to get those in.
But we've had,
as far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
but I'm working under the assumption, and from the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, got the guy that picked up the Carter. These appear to be a tracking of that vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
It's the tracking of Jay Lee's vehicle.
the J. Lee's vehicle.
Judge, the issue is we haven't had testimony to establish that they've even gotten to Mr. Herrington's apartment yet, because I believe, although I haven't seen that map, it'll be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Herrington's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial, Your Honor, and that's the point.
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. And Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Keziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the apartment, come back, and these times seem to be matching up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first, and if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far anyway.
I want to be clear for the record that we're done.
I'm going to hear what this witness has to say, but if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay,
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. And if we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right, go ahead. All right, we're gonna have a little break here anyway. Dana needs an ink, and probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get one.
I'll look at them in order. I've got them in order. I'll let you look at them in just a second.
It ain't gonna be long.
Don't touch them.
Oh, I'm not gonna touch it.
We'll get back on record. I'll say, I know they got notice.